Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing this morning? I know I am doing pretty good. I have been working quite a bit in the background of just figuring stuff out with this game, but also testing some things like this is what I've been doing recently. I started this morning and thought I could maybe get it done sooner, but nope, never finished it. So thought, you know what? I might as well finish it now. But yeah, I got quite a bit. So we have Icicle Impale. We got 2 villages. We got 2 Desperados. This one I'm working on Blazing Sun for. And I need to keep remembering to do this. But this has kind of been like a huge one for me. But this one here is so cool. What? Because with just the mark alone, it does so much. Because, like, mix that with this, which I had to deep freeze because I was already getting an intelligence bureau. And I'm going to go for the Blazing Sun just because it's so fast. It's good for cleanup, which is kind of my weaker area, is, like, cleanup. And then I can set this guy to strong again. Because when I hit this guy, he basically has map-wide range. It's actually crazy. But yeah, I have been oh so busy with this morning. I've been just getting a few of the rocket things for the rocket event going on, because I know when we start the Odyssey and stuff, I'll have like extra instas if I want to use them. But the Odyssey today is literally all about stun towers. So I made the joke. I thought about doing it for the stream as well, making the stunning joke, but I felt that that would be a bit too easy. Also, morning, Zion. I hope you're doing well today. It has been one heck of a week, though. Gutter stuff got finished, so at least that's a plus. Because, I mean, they needed replacing anyway. But it's nice that they're finally getting replaced. And then right there. Yeah, I'm trying to get the Blazing Sun because this is part of the issue. We get overwhelmed by some of the big balloons, but the Blazing Sun also does really good at cleanup. And that's kind of why I want it. And like, this is useful because its ability. It's night here in the Philippines. Almost done with your part in your research paper. Nice. Yeah, I know for me, it's like early morning, so I'm just here like doing my normal stuff that I do every morning. Just kind of chilling. And then I'm like, you know, I might as well. I have a bit of extra time. I could probably complete a Chimps run. Nope. But I did complete a half cache. But, I've been doing a lot of background work on random things. I ended up having to do stuff about the Dragon Soul in all the mods. So I ended up having to cheat to frickin' change the data on it. Which sucks, but sometimes you don't got a choice. But after that I was like, nope, I'm done with that now. Anyways. For other stuff, I know I've just been trying to get stuff done this week because I've just had a lot to get done because I am in the middle of doing like some like transfer between 2 therapists because my old one is getting closer to retirement, and it's one of those things of, well, crap, I need to figure out before he retires so I am not stuck without a therapist for a while. So that's something I've been having to do. It has been chaos, is the best way to put it. I will say, this guy does so good at popping those balloons. I'm just lucky that the person I found for the first one actually we hit it off quickly for therapy, which is not common. So it's nice when something good happens. Come on. We are so close to the blazing sun. I still think the blazing sun should have lead detection. Like, be able to hit leads. It really should. There we go. And if not that, it should be able to aim at 2 balloons at once as well. I feel like would be so cool. Similar to how, like, the Robo Monkey does. I think that would really give it, like, an identity of its own with its dual pistols. It would feel much more interesting, I feel, at that point. And if I give him this, just... Because he's a clean... Because he's good for cleanup. But also, like, damage overall. His thing is his lack of damage, but his fast attack speed helps. I need more to just... Unironically, I actually had an idea just pop into my brain. And then... Because I want to be able to make... I'm going to get the middle path. And I'm going to go for Elite Sniper set to first. But then set this to Elite. So until it gets farther down the track, it will target strong balloons. I think that'll be pretty useful. Do. Because, like, the only thing supply drop does is make the regular attack damage leads and increase the popping power of shrapnel. That second part is more important to me. Okay. Because, yeah, I need ways to get rid of just chunks of balloons. Because it's the big rushes that are my, like, weakness. Because, like, with the big balloons, I could just have this guy do his thing. There we go. And then I'll get Elite Sniper. And if I ever have, like, too many big balloons, I can always use the Bounty Hunter's ability. Like, yeah, I don't get more cash from it because it's Chimps mode, but it at least does a good chunk of damage, since it increases the damage to marked balloons. Which, honestly, I wish it showed on Moabs when it actually affected Moabs, because it does affect Moabs. But, yeah. And I keep using that here and there because it just increases range and whatnot. I believe it's, yeah, improve range, accuracy, and camo detection, which is really nice. And then I believe it gets buffed to do a little bit more once it upgrades. Yeah, mark to pop extra balloons, marks extra balloons, and then proceeds to attack, blah, 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 blah. All desperados can target marked balloons, yeah. But it doesn't specify that this changes, even though it does. It's weird. I wish they would, but they don't. Because it does have a different icon. And there is a small difference. It does increase the things a little bit more, from what I've seen. Okay. Yeah, look at that. We are going through these a lot quicker now that we actually have. So before this, they were getting stunned and like they were going around fully, and I was having some come out here. But now they're barely getting past here because this has been the main thing stopping them. But it's nice that we're actually getting more. Last video you saw about Desperado's farming guide with middle path giving Monkeyopolis more range. Oh yeah, it's actually kind of insane how much range a farm and stuff can have, and village can have now. Because one thing a lot of people forget about the farms is, well, I don't have it access to it right now, but the bottom path farm, when it's at 5th tier, can collect other farms. It's a forgotten about feature by some people, or not known, but it is a feature. I've had to remind people of it when playing with them before, quite a few times. But you mix that with like Monkeyopolis, Desperados, and stuff, and you got some of the craziest farming now. Because the Desperado, mix that with Monkeyopolis, Monkey City, and with the Trade Empire, and you got a crazy set of stuff on your hands right there. And then mix that with Benjamin, who gives more money per pop already, and that stacks. Like, it's crazy. It's honestly really cool. And you can also mix that with the Alchemist bottom path, which led to gold and stuff. It turns it into a gold balloon, which gives more money. And that all stacks together from what I've seen. It's honestly great that every single thing now has a money-making method. You got Desperado, you got the Pirate, you got the Alchemist, and then you got the Farm / Engineer. Like, they're all money-making methods, and I think, as well as Sniper and Helicopter. But it's nice seeing that they have more of those, because it means there's a lot more options, and each of the blank only has more use. I do find it funny you can call this in for 0. Yeah, it really does go brrr. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I still can't get over how like this, the Desperado changed the game in a complete different way. And I saw a video of someone doing the 555 and being like, why is it so bad? But it's like, it makes sense. Because if you look, the only path that doesn't gain a secondary gun it can switch between is the top path. So when it's at far range, it's using this, but when it's at close range, it's using the bottom path. It's never using this. It only gains its fire ability. So in reality, it doesn't gain all the attack speed stuff it would need. It gains the minus attack speed at range and whatnot, but also more when close to an extent where it can knock back, but it also means it's attacking overall slower than it could if it used all 3 at once. It's similar to the Dartling Gunner and why it doesn't work as a 555 as well. And I find that really interesting. Because while this guy is good, he has his weaknesses. And, like, those are pretty obvious. First, Elite. And then I'm going to go for, if I can get enough money, I'll go for an Elite Defender, I think. Just because it gets faster, but I just want to see. I wish I could move him, but I can't because he's so far out of range. I mean, I can always do this to give him camo detection. Like, if need be, I can always just bang with the mark. Also, I love the look of the tier 5s. I do think that they hit it out of the park with those. I also love when he goes and marks and then just goes. There's just something so satisfying about it. What's Quincy at? Almost level 20. Yeah, I've been saving Quincy's abilities for the most part. Hmm. I also think the Beast Handler should have an update where if it has certain cross paths, it gains certain detections, because you're telling me just this path can see camo, but when you have it, these paths can't? It's so weird. I don't know why I did that. It's useless. Give that a little more range. I will say, I have found a new love for the bounty hunters. I'm actually gonna get a few of the Deadeyes, because then I can mark like several of these. Because being able to mark several of these is actually not too bad. Because it's not like I'm gonna get much from the bottom path with this guy anyway. But having the ability to just increase the range of several towers might actually save me a lot of time. Okay. There we go. I accidentally pressed the wrong thing. I did. I meant to press off and I forgot to move up. As soon as that stops attacking. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's number 6. So as soon as this stops attacking, because this is actually good to give it to. Make sure it has that. Oh my god. And I'm making sure this guy keeps it up. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Oh yeah, and I get the first tier free too. Like, honestly, these 3 are good to buff as well. I could have gone for a call to arms, I just never thought about it. That actually might have been a useful thing if I went for call to arms. It's high noon. This is actually quite fun to just rain down all this chaos onto the balloons. Do you think I should get some more of these, or should I try to get them to bounty hunters for some just extra damage? Now that's a real question. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna get 3 more in total. I think that'll be a good, like, even number. Okay. Look how much its health went down when it got hit. Jesus. I'm also gonna do this. Get a Glaive Lord just to help with any like cleanup. Plus it bounces between the balloons. Okay. We'll get this first, and then we'll get a more glaives. Because we're not going to be able to afford Glaive Lord, but just for the sake of having it and just the use that comes from it. Because that goes and bounces through these as well. Okay. More glaives. There we go. Holy crap. And we're about to have the stuff for the next round as well. Just make sure they stay up and moving. Yeah, you can see stuff is getting through a bit. I need to use that again just to make sure. There we go. Get another bounty hunter in. So I have at least 2 more. There we go. There we go. And boom. Chimps mode complete. Oh. Just do glue. Because glue monkeys are one of the things we can actually use. So now, boom. Anyways, to the Odyssey. So I did do a bit of ideas, and this is kind of what I came up with. I'm going to use this with the bombs and mortars. Because if you look, we're going to have to deal with this. But you'll notice something. They're all times certain amount of speed. This one's going to be the hardest, but I'm hoping this will be like a good mix of like towers. Just gotta hope. Okay, so starting around 6. Because yeah, if you look, we're stuck to only the stunning paths. Except for certain things, but it gives me ideas. Because I can still get Seeking Shurikens. And we do get free glue gunners. And that's kind of my point here, is just to try and use that to the best of my ability. That's all I can really do. Okay, so the first one shouldn't be too bad. I can easily, like, use a lot of this stuff and just go bang, bang, bang. So, but as we get into later rounds, it's going to be a bit different. Because I do have some plans. That's why I grabbed farms. Because I know we're going to need them for some of the later ones. My idea, though, behind it is to try and more specifically get like a balloon crush going. And since we have everything for the village, we could get a primary mentoring and a intelligence bureau and just boom, 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 boom. And that might actually help a lot. And it's only towers that quote-unquote stun, not like freeze or anything else. Shame I couldn't pick Sada, though. She would have preyed on those balloons like they were frickin' fried chicken. Okay, stronger glue. I'm just thinking the best way to deal with some of this stuff. Let's get sharp shurikens for now. Because get flash bomb is expensive already. So we need to think. And we need to think hard about it. Because, yeah, the Odyssey isn't too bad. As long as I can get the right things going. Because one of Striker Jones's new abilities is at level 7. That came a while back. Is you can target mortars to your cursor. Which is what I want. Okay. Could put this, like, I don't know. My hope is to pop enough of this real quick so I could get the flash bomb. But I don't know how that's going to look. Because we can take this. Because we have monkey knowledge. So as needed, we can always do certain things. Do 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 do. Because yeah, the sticky bombs can easily take out Moabs. It's why I'm like looking towards those first. Because with the sticky bombs, we can just go boom, boom. No problem. Easy as pie. That's the hope, at least. We'll just have to see. I mean, up to 50 isn't bad, because we can easily deal with some of the stuff. We just need to be careful about it. What else do I want to use? I think what I'm gonna do is over here, oversized pin, double gun, larger surface deconstruction as a backup. Because that's really good at like cleanup against non-camo balloons. But yeah, we're gonna be dealing with a lot of camos. It's good at cleanup of fortified specifically. I will say for the mortars, I don't know what path will be the best, but I think it's the bottom path that will probably end up being one of the better ones in this case. Like, getting some of the middle path, but like, we need at least one of the bottom path. Oh, sorry for yawning, Jesus. Because I feel like the bottom path is going to help overall more. Do 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 do. We are almost a sticky bomb, so that is a plus. Because that'll shred through the Moab. All it takes is one and just kaboom. Plus, I don't know if it affects the actual attack of the ninja in any form other than that. But I know Master Bomber does, if I'm correct. Sorry I keep yawning. I have not been talking a lot this morning. And that means I just haven't raised my soft palate enough. I'm one of those people who has a lot more of a soft palate used to their voice. I open it up a lot more. Which may confuse a lot of people, and we're dead. This is how little I care. Anyways. Yeah, because the glue is just enough. Like, I know it's possible to beat the Moab with just a sticky bomb on certain maps. I just don't know which maps. Been doing it for too long that I don't even remember. Yay! Anyways. But yeah, with these, we can easily deal with it. Because, yeah, we're going to be stunning a lot. Because if you mix the glue and the bomb shooter, nothing is going to move. It's just going to be just there. I will say the nice part about the bomb shooter is we can get two of them. Both are very good, but missile launcher is just better with the top path. Also, little random fun fact of the day for you. God, sorry about the yawn again. But random fun fact of the day. The slowest way to pop a ZOMG is to put a superstorm at the very back of the track and make it so it goes all the way around and then boom. And that's only with one tower, though. It gets slower the more you add. Especially with slowing. So, like, if you add a bunch of, like, not absolute zero, but specifically snowstorms that don't do anything, and then a relentless glue, it's gonna suck for that thing, and it's gonna be way too slow. I'm gonna go for trident efficiency and swiftness for this. There we go. Not losing too many lives here, or trying not to. I will say, Mermonkey is definitely my new favorite. I found a lot of love for the Mermonkey recently. Something about it so fun to use. The Mermonkey really synergizes with its other paths because it spins stuff around while also having tentacles attacking, and it creates waves that go through balloons. So the extra pierce is also nice. I don't care enough about saving money in the game. I don't use it for anything else. Like, I could go out of my way to save up and buy all the skins, but I rarely use many of the heroes, and I don't really care much about the skins. It's just one of those weird things where it's like a weird middle ground for me. You know, I could have easily just made a mortar monkey and just gone boom. Or this. Both work. Okay, logs is gonna be easy. This one is gonna be a pain in the ass, but I got some plans. Hey 22, hope you're doing well today. We are just chilling today. Only to round 60, I thought that would be a lot worse, but nope. This time I'll put Striker Jones down, but I'm gonna want to put Galoo like here so that we can get a bit more out of it. Doing fine? Nice, nice. At least it's a nice day out today. Actually sunny. The issue is the heat. It's been so ungodly hot. I can't really take dogs on a walk because they'd burn their little toe paws on like the gravel roads and asphalt when we actually get to that, which sucks. Don't want to hurt the little toe beans of the doggos. I care about my doggos a lot. I don't like the thought of accidentally hurting them. I'm one of those people that if I accidentally like step on one of my dog's paws and make them yelp, I feel so bad, and I try to do so much, and I know they probably forgive me very quickly, but I feel so bad. I always am like, I'm sorry, I must do everything I can to make it up to you. Like, I just lost all trust type. And I don't know why I do it, other than the fact that I care for them a lot. I care for my dogs a lot, is the best way to put it. Like, I would die for those cute puppers. I love them too much. Like, I love all three of them. Even if they can be annoying little shits. You have two ACs running with 5 fans. Yeah, for me, what sucks is... So, my room I'm using does not have access to any sort of natural air conditioning. Only the heater. So, I had to get my own air conditioning unit. Mix that with the heat that comes from using a PC. Body heat because I run extremely hot. Like, I start sweating at like 70, 80 degrees Fahrenheit at least. And that's without having to move or do anything. Just because I run incredibly hot, but I also can easily be in like below 0 temperatures in like shorts and be like, yep, this is perfect weather. I am a weird enigma of a person. But because of that, it also means I sweat and produce a lot more heat than people. Mix that all together with only one AC unit and a fan that I have to keep running because it's white noise for me, but also it helps. It gets pretty hot in my room even still. Like, despite setting it to 68 for the AC, it's always about 70. My AC doesn't care if it's 70 or not. It's like within a 2-degree radius. I have it set so that it's as long as it's within 2 degrees. Because I try to keep it like a good mix. Like, the higher up it goes, the worse it is for me. Like, I've gotten more used to 70 as time has gone on, but as soon as it starts getting up into like the 80s and 90s, I'm like melting. It's crazy because I have 2 black dogs as well, so they get hot quickly in the heat. And then you have Baker, who's a tiny dog. He's a smaller dog, my Grammy's little guy. And he's brown, but of course, being a tiny little guy does not help him because he can overheat a lot quicker as well, which does not help. So, like, all my dogs get hot very quickly. Like, I've had to refill their water bowl so many times. So we have this water bowl thing that, you know those big jugs that you would see in like offices that you can get water out of? Think of that, but dog bowl form. That's what we got for them, and it's really efficient. And they love it. They love it quite a lot. I know I see them there a lot, and they seem to really enjoy it. So as long as they enjoy it, I'm good with it. Because my dogs are a bit weird. They graze when it comes to food, so I put food in their bowl, and they kind of graze, except for Athena. She chows down her meal, and then it's like, okay, I'm done. But then she'll try to get a second meal out of one of my roommates, and it's like, nice try. Like, we have to have a system to make sure they only get fed the amount of times per day that I'm supposed to, because we know very well she will overeat and get herself sick. But she will not touch the other dog's foods, which I find hilarious, but also, like, quite cute that she will not touch the other two's food. And I don't know why Athena overeats. Never fully understood. She just does, so it's like, welp. That's another thing to add to the list of, I'll take care of that eventually, hopefully. Most I can do is just make sure she stays on this normal diet. I mean, Dewey looks so... Like, Dewey's big and looks chunky, but in reality it's all freaking muscle. I know from experience how much muscle he has. Like, dear God, he hates being brushed if he is not, like, getting a bath. So it's always a fight to, like, brush him and, like, actually make sure he is not shedding everywhere constantly. While he's gotten more used to it, he still gets a bit, like, rambunctious and just jerks around, like, nope, I'm done. But it's also like, dude, you have a giant, like, ball of hair hanging off you. Please let me just get it. That, I think that's the best way to really just put my dogs into perspective. They have a very weird way of doing their own thing. I will say, though, Baker, it depends on the day if he'll join me or not. Some days he'll join me and he'll curl up next to me. Other days he'll just lay there on the love seat and just stare out into space. Other times he'll lay on the top of the love seat. So, like, I don't know why Baker does it, but he will lay on the back of like couches and chairs and stuff if he can do so. Don't know why he does it. He just does. And he basically lays there just like a plushie would. Kind of like you ever see those plushies that like lay out like Superman style, very like floppy, like at a store? He looks like that. And because he's a curly-haired dog, being a golden doodle, and because he's around that size, it's easy to mistake him for a plushie until he moves. Or until he goes... Whenever one of my dogs huffs at me, I'm just like, really? Because it's hilarious when I'm just like, come on, we're about to go to bed. I would suggest going outside so no one gets woken up at night, preferably. And one of them just huffs like, fine, I won't wake you up in the middle of the night tonight. It's really weird, but funny. My dogs are a great example of just why, but also I get it. There we go. Look at that. We are just shredding through these rounds. You know, it may not have a lot of damage, but it does really good for stalling. Yeah, Striker Jones, it makes sense he has the most damage. Kaboom! You know, I just had a thought. I wonder how many towers it would take to completely, like, how many of which towers it would take to, like, completely stun a balloon for the ones that have stun properties. Like, stun it so it can't move at all, and it keeps, like, going back, like, it can't go forward a lot. Where it's just, like, constantly stalled. Because I know some, like, Balloon Crush and Druid of the Storm can easily take care of that. But I wonder how many others can do it. Because, like, Sniper Top Path can do it with Moabs, but not normal balloons. So, definitely something that'd be interesting. Super glue with attack speed. Oh, 100%. But I mainly mean, like, by themselves, because it's one of those things of, if they aren't by themselves, it's going to be one thing. But if they're by themselves and they do it, that's a whole other thing that I think is really interesting to think about. Also, yes, I use that. I don't care enough to place it. There we go. Because, yeah, that should help quite a bit. I have a lot. I know there is, like, an actual limit to how many of these you can have. So I'm probably going to use a good few, just because I have so many. Like, how many do I have? Like, look at this. I can go through and I have so many that I just haven't. Like, I just have way too many. Like, look at this. I have so many just random things. Like, okay, so I don't know if there's a limit anymore, but I know there used to be. You witnessed your cat with zoomies. I don't know what's worse. Cats with zoomies or a German Shepherd with zoomies. Because I can tell you this now, when Athena gets the zoomies, you better pray nothing gets knocked over. Like, she is the runt of her litter, but she is still pretty big. And so she can and her tail is like a fucking bat if it hits you. So I've been hit pretty damn hard. Whenever her and Dewey are running around in circles, like playing outside, they're like two black blurs. But when Dewey isn't worried about like running and stuff, he just jaunts. He just skedaddles slowly. Just takes a nice scenic walk. He takes everything at his own pace. So basically, of each of the dogs in the litter, she was the smallest. She was basically the smallest and the one that was kind of the most out of place. She was very much the runt. Because with Athena, she is a lot smaller than most German Shepherds, just because of that fact. But the word runt is something completely different too, depending on what it is. Because with litters and stuff, they're usually the smallest and weakest. I mean, they can be anywhere from just the smallest to having problems that make them weaker than the rest. And it's one of those things that, yeah, they're usually lighter than they normally would be. They're smaller and lighter than they normally would be for that species. And Athena was one of those. But she is one fucking intelligent person. Like, because when you look at runts, being the smallest is only one characteristic that can happen, but they could have more fragile builds. They could have a lot more issues with nutrition and other things with their body, like intestinal stuff is one thing that comes to mind, or heart stuff. Like, they might have birth defects or stuff as well, and it could cause them to get sick easier. But with Athena, like, because I've talked to like the vet about it before and mentioned she was the runt of the litter, which she is smaller than most of the German Shepherds that just in general. She's the smallest of her litter. And she has her own issues. But she's also a German Shepherd, and they always have their own issues in that regard. Like, bigger dogs are always more likely to die sooner than smaller dogs because they have a lot more pressure on different parts of their body. And there's all sorts of other stuff that goes into it as well that I am nowhere near knowledgeable enough to fully understand. But, I mean, with Dewey, he was always snuggly since he was a puppy. Like a tiny little guy. And he still is very snuggly. Like, there are times I'll see him and Athena just, like, cuddled up together, sometimes Baker. Baker just needs to constantly be touching someone or doing something. Like, if someone is visiting or something, he always has something in his mouth. And that comes from, like, more the golden retriever side of him. Just always has to have something in his mouth. He can also be pretty temperamental and just overall a pain in the butt. But I love him. I love them all. Even if they are weird and a bit mismatched in their own regards. And they all love each other, too. That's pretty obvious from some of the stuff. Like, there are times where I've had to have Athena stop licking Dewey's face because she tries to clean his face, and it's like, I do that fine. You're gonna get yourself sick again. Because they've done it before, and there's only so much I can do. But one of the things that Athena will lick so many things to an extent where it's like, I swear to God, if you're licking that again. Then you have Baker, who just will try and eat anything he can get his hands on. Well, paws, more specifically. Which, of course, only leads to more issues. Because of that, it's like, ah, yes. So what does your dog do? He tries to eat gravel. Like, with cement and stuff, I've had to stop him from eating cement on walks because he's like, ooh, loose cement. Like, he's like a freaking goat. Like, all my dogs have some of the weirdest personality and just quirks. And I'm just like, how? It's like I attract that type of stuff. Like, the amount of just weird stuff that I seemingly just attract out of nowhere. He used to have a dog that ate drywall. Yeah, I've seen my fair share of dogs that do some of the weirdest stuff imaginable. It's honestly crazy. But I remember very early on when I was actually, like, taking care of them and whatnot, and it was me just taking care of them, and then you just have Dewey over here, like, playing as he normally does. Back when he was still very tiny, he'd go right under the little ottoman to play, and he had just gotten too big to fit under there, and he freaking face plants right into the side of it and has this look of confusion, like, wait a minute, I thought I fits under there. He still thinks he's tiny sometimes. The amount of times he's gotten on my bed and been like, I fits, but he's like laying across my entire like bed, and I'm like, dude, you barely fit. You want to know how much? Honestly, with how much some of my dogs have like done, I don't know how much Baker has eaten in his life of random stuff like fluff. I have to stop him from eating like cotton and like freaking tissues and toilet paper. I don't know why he does it. I give him food and everything, and then he gets like, when he ate the live cricket, didn't end well. Another vet visit. Like, you could take your eyes off him for a moment and then just boom, he's eating something. Dear God. Honestly, I've seen my fair share of stuff. If I were to put all the vet bills and stuff into how many times Baker has had to go to the vet because he did something dumb and ate something. I wouldn't even know the full number because I know my Grammy had a few of those herself. But it's at least a good bit. Like, thinking about it right now, the first amounts I can think of are getting their shots, but that was a while ago. I need to think back farther. I have so many. It's one of those things with dogs that they're all quirky in their own way. I think that's the best way to put it is they have their quirks. Oh boy, do they have their quirks. Love them or hate them. I still know that I care a lot about them. Even if they are a pain in the ass at times. Yeah, I do remember very well, though. Oh my god. Back when my Grammy still had Casey and Skylar, back when I was really young. Really, really young. Oh my god, those two golden retrievers were something else. They were honestly really adorable. But I remember that, having an earthquake issue where I just almost fell over. Because my Grammy had a very interesting passive places she used to live. I mean, just in general. But I also know, like, Casey and Skylar were two of those golden retrievers. They were long-haired, but they were, like, always so damn, like, protective of me when I was younger and my sister. They lived quite a long time before the passing. Have drywall person other than just like, guess it wasn't. Honestly, I think that says about how many dogs have done that. I wouldn't be surprised if one of my dogs tried to do it if they had the access. I know Baker would. I know 100% he would. He eats anything he can get his frickin' grubby mitts on. Like, and then when you catch him and try to get him to drop it, he frickin' like puts it in the side of his cheek like, nope, you can't get it from me. And it's like, really, dude? Oh crap, I wasn't paying attention. I mean, yeah, that is kind of what I get for not paying attention. Oh yeah, I forgot they're chocolate bars. There we go. Yeah, because these will, like, converge in the middle for this guy to just bomb them. Which is kind of what I want. But, oh my gosh. I love my dogs. I wish I could have cats, honestly, some days. Because I really do like cats. I'm just allergic, so it's like, damn it. There's actually a stray cat that lives near my parents. We call him Oreo. They take care of him and whatnot. He's a great little kitty. Hisses at you, but honestly, he takes care of rodents. Which is honestly quite nice. There's all sorts of different, like, animals and whatnot that I've taken care of. There was also the time that we had to call, to get someone to pick up a dead raccoon because we had to shoot it because it was foaming at the mouth. That's a whole other story. Rabies is a terrifying thing. That's why you should always have vaccines for your pets and stuff. Because holy crap is rabies terrifying. Thing you don't like 3 a.m. movement, yes, it's a real thing. I thought it was a joke. I mean, for me, I'm always up around that time, so it doesn't matter for me. because that's around the time I wake up anyway. So it's kind of like, that would be normal for me. Cats wouldn't affect me anywhere as much as some people just because of that, if it weren't for the fact that I'm allergic. That's like my real, like, damn it point. Oh my god, my nose itches. Do do do. You know, I wonder what that G looking thing stands for. I've always wondered that. Just random thought that popped in my head. I always wondered what that G looking thing stands for. Random things. Do 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 do. Okay. I definitely want to get symphonic resonance as soon as possible, because that's just going to be really useful. Also, I could have totally set up farms. I just never did. From the next two, I'm probably going to want farms. Just to take care of stuff. Oh, so satisfying. Watching the balloons get absolutely destroyed. You know, I am surprised I have not seen more art of the mermonkey. Like, I've looked, I just have not seen a lot of art of the mermonkey. Just in general. It's weird because the most art I've seen of certain monkeys are like druid and alchemist, as well as like dart monkey and super monkey. Like, those are the four that I see like the most out of all of them through looking, but not a lot of the others, unless you count heroes. 3 favorite games have been combined into one, and you're trapped into it. How screw you? Well, seeing the fact that one includes an eldritch deity, it would probably not end too well for me. But I also have on my side the ability to survive a lot with Stardew's, because you have it's weird because all 3 are unintentionally connected, and that would be Stardew, Minecraft, and Terraria are like some of my top favorites, but Ori is up there as well. And it's a difficult choice because all 4 of those I feel like really big on. But I feel like I'm gonna put Ori 4th just because I could replay the first 3 a lot more without issue and like constantly have new experiences. So with like Stardew, I would basically have a farm and be able to take care of like farming stuff. With Minecraft, there would be hostile creatures at night, which I could sleep away. Days are gonna be shorter, like overall. But then you have Terraria with bosses and stuff. The real question is, can I gain abilities that even NPCs have? Because if I can, the wizard might be the best NPC to go to. I could get magic from him. I mean, I would be able to survive long falls with just a simple horseshoe and or wings or water bucket, even a cobweb, or like some snow. I would have the ability to turn into fish if I found the right stuff. um teleportation is very possible. But seeing that, so I'm able to use video game mechanics. Like with Stardew, it's one of those things of you do get the ability to teleport home with the return scepter and to like do basic transmutation. So honestly, I I wonder, would Minecraft's hunger system be canceled out by Terraria and Stardew's systems of health, energy, and mana? Because energy is basically your hunger in a way, and like how much energy you have in a day. And I feel like that would be the least forgiving of all of them. I would be able to magically make myself stronger with star drops. I would be able to make friends with villagers. I'd be able to trade with other villages and explore like various biomes. I'd have to worry about a corruption and crimson, but if long as the wall of flesh isn't dead, they don't really spread. So they can easily be contained. I would get access to like knowledge of weaponry and potions. Actually, no, I would get magical abilities because of Terraria. Magic weapons. So it isn't far off to think I could eventually like figure out how the wizard does things. So it's not completely like out of the picture and like, oh no, I could never do it. No, it's possible I could. It just depends how I would do it. Because it's one of those things of, it could work if I do it right. I definitely think there is a way I could do it. I would just need to think more on it because you have a lot of possibilities with any game. Because you have because like with those 3 games, let's think about this. I'd be able to get a bunch of swords. Let's assume that I'm starting in pre-hard mode Terraria. I would have access to some of the weapons. I could make it hard mode by going to Hell. Hell would be through a portal, I'm assuming, because Stardew doesn't have it. Hell is at the bottom of the world for Terraria, but in Minecraft it has a portal. And I feel like there's certain mechanics that would have to be taken from different games where they clash. I would have a health bar that can be regenerated through food or like over a slow period of time with certain accessories. I would have an entire accessory kit. I could get lifesteal. I could get myself a glow ring. I could get magnetic powers that basically attract items to me. I would gain a surprising amount of strength just off the bat because of how items are weighed differently. I'd have the ability to jump in Stardew and explore places I normally wouldn't be able to. But because of Stardew alone and the fact that you have games like Terraria that have like fishing would be very common in farming because all 3 have that in a form. So I feel like taking place in Stardew is not like out of the table. But it would probably be because we know the wizard has a connection pylon to Terraria. So it's not unreasonable to think that it would be like a weird reality mixing thing that I kind of got sucked into. Because we know it's possible with games like Terraria and Stardew. I mean, both of them open up into each other for Stardew and Terraria. Terraria also opens up into Dungeon Defender's world through portals. And we know with Minecraft, you have portals to go to, like, hell and the end. So it's not out of the question that it wouldn't be a weird portal thing either, which I could avoid. It, it's definitely weird though, because there's only so much you can do. But I definitely would take. But I definitely feel like fishing and farming are two of the big things that would stay, like the same, just more stuff. Hey, Cruel. Stopping by before bed, like always. I hope you do sleep well, by the way. But while thinking about it, I definitely think it could work out. Because with Stardew, it has combat, but its combat is a lot more simple than the other two. Yes, all three have cats, dogs, and rabbits. And because there's also peaceful mode in Minecraft, you have to ask yourself, is it peaceful mode or not? Oh yeah, Pokemon is definitely up there for me as well. It's just, for me, Minecraft, Terraria, and Stardew are the games that I play the most. Now, see, if it was a favorite from different genres, it would be more of an issue for me, because if it was genre-based, for survival and, like, sandbox, I would have to say it would be Minecraft for, like, sandbox and building. For survival sandbox, though, Terraria definitely beats it out in certain aspects. For cozy farming games, like cozy games, Stardew. For roguelikes, though, Binding of Isaac. And then for platformers, you got Ori. For Metroidvanias, Ori would kind of fit in there. But let's say I can't repeat any, then I'd have to put Hollow Knight. But then again, there are some good platformers like Celeste too. Oh, it's a difficult choice. But if it was one of each genre, I would be fucked. Because we already know how fucked up Binding of Isaac is. I think all of us here know that. If it was my favorite, because like my favorite FPS would have to be Garden Warfare. So we'd also have plants and zombies that are living. We'd have the Stardew universe. We'd have either the Minecraft or Terraria universe stuff. We'd have the Balloons universe stuff, because it's my favorite tower defense. We'd have the Ori universe stuff. It would be absolute chaos if we were to mix, like, realities like that from, like, different genres. But for my top three, it's just a lot more cozy. My one weakness, black balloons. Of course it was black balloons. Why can't I fit this here? The fact that I can't fit that there is sad. But yeah, I do want to get Marketplace ASAP. Because I know I'm going to need it for the next one either way. Boom, Marketplace. That'll make me a good chunk. Stick your glue. There we go. I believe he gets stuff. Here's an R3, but if combine them, it'd be screwed as hell. Oh, yeah. I definitely can think of a few that if I were to combine them would absolutely instantly be like, nope, I'm dead. And one of them that comes to mind is... Ooh, Elden Ring, Risk of Rain, and Monster Hunter. Oh yeah, I could see those being absolute hell for anyone. Do you want to know the one So, of the games I have, the one that I thought of instantly, of like, oh dear god, it would suck, Left 4 Dead 2. Mix that with freaking Ark Survival Evolved and Binding of Isaac, or Little Nightmares. Yeah, that's a no from me, Chief. That would be absolute hell. Actually, I could definitely say Left 4 Dead would be one of my favorite FPSs, because I don't mind playing that with my friends. I do quite, like, I played it a lot. But thinking about it, mixing the Left 4 Dead virus with the absolute, like, disgusting grossness that can come from Isaac, and like that virus would spread like wildfire with that. And then you mix that with something like Little Nightmares, and it's just sheer terrifying creatures. Or with like frickin' Ark Survival Evolved, where you're basically stuck with dinosaurs that could carry this. Yeah, that's not gonna end well for you. Like, it's honestly kind of scary. It also makes you realize how many things are truly deadly in games and would just be like, yeah, no, you're fucked. Instantly. I'm gonna up this guy's attack speed. Scarlet Rot. Infect monsters now look stronger zombies. Yeah, the reason I can see the stronger zombies with Scarlet Rot. My first thought was the Left 4 Dead 2 zombies, because it's like an advanced rabies. And have you seen what those things turn into? Dear God. And then lo and behold, you're a carrier who doesn't show signs like the original Left 4 Dead cast. You're fucked. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You're just fucked. Because anytime you run into someone who isn't immune to it, they're just gonna get sick. Meaning, if the people you care about aren't immune to it, you're gonna have to watch them turn into creatures over and over. And, like, you basically would be a spreader of that disease. I mean, yeah, I can definitely see the scariness of the monsters from Monster Hunter. That's why my first thought went to Ark as well as Binding of Isaac, because, I mean, Binding of Isaac, stuff easily can spread. I mean, you literally have a floor called the womb. Like, oh boy. So it's not exactly out of the question for the absolute absurdity that would come from it. Honestly, I think the scariest part is if we took all of these different games and mixed them together for like their most deadly and dangerous features. It would be horrifying. Like, the sheer amount of fear. Like, if we mixed every single game in one of our libraries, for example, and then, like, went with, okay, what's the worst part, like, scariest parts of each of these? or like the stuff that would have the most damage. I can look at my Steam library real quick. One of the games I plan to play eventually is Astroneer. Yeah, we have multiple planet-wide stuff, so I don't know fully. I mean, then you have stuff like Dredge, where there's literally Cthulhu-like monsters. But then you'd have Slime Rancher, where the scariest thing would be the tars. But then again, those things literally spread like a wildfire whenever they eat something. But their weakness is water. I mean, for balloons, it's one of those things, too, of... I mean, the most you would have is maybe, like, the BAD and the balloons from that. So it's not too bad, but it's still gonna suck. But it's still one of those things where you just gotta think to yourself, oh dear God, what extent are we gonna get to with this? We'll pretend that didn't happen. Anyways. I'm gonna just... There we go. But, like, I feel like there are so many creatures that are truly terrifying once you see, like, how much they can be used for, like, evil in certain games. Like, I think of Portal and Gladys. Or, like, take some of the other games we've had, like Ori and, like, frickin' Screech. Like, that would be a terrifying thing to face a giant bird of that size. I mean, it was bigger than the tree. I mean, that's one giant-ass bird. Then you have frickin' all sorts of other creatures from different games. I mean, in Ark, you literally have, oh my God, what's it called? It's like this weird tech thing that creates these, like... You'd be walking into a house with a glow ring and on shield. Oh, and holy water. That, honestly, with Phasmophobia, I don't find it that scary unless you're by yourself. I've seen worse in real life. Dealt with worse in real life. So it's not, like, too crazy for me. Okay, why does this not fit there? That's annoying. But I can think of, like, several things that would be super deadly in some of the games. Because if I look at my Steam off the bat, you have stuff like Satisfactory. You have, like, Raft. The most deadly thing would probably be the stuff that, the hyenas. Then you have Okami. Yeah, that would not end well. I mean, it literally took a god to defeat some of that stuff. I mean, with all the creatures that come from it. And then you have, like, oxygen not included. Okay. What's the worst thing about that game? The sheer limited oxygen. And, like, how much you can get negatively affected by each of the things. Well, good luck having oxygen now. Here's another one that would be absolute chaos. The Turnip Boy games. I mean, in the first one, there's a literal nuke. The bad thing is literally in the title. Exactly. Like, that is literally how some of them would be. Is like, oh, it can't be the, oh dear God. Like with the Turnip Boy games. You remember the absolute absurdity of those? Forager, you have the absolute hellscape of the abyss. Sleep well, Cruel. Hope you have a great night. Cult of the Lamb, you have godlike beings. Graveyard Keeper would probably be like the worst thing is like the absolute chaos of some of those creatures. Planet Coaster, the worst thing. Taxes. Stacklands would probably be the like archdemons and whatnot that you can get and deal with. So I'd probably have to put those on there. Left 4 Dead 2 would definitely be like the freaking curse of a freaking rabies virus. Tarot cards. Oh no, you've ran out of your resources. Terraria, eldritch deities. Dredge, eldritch deities. Firewatch, creepy person that spies on you constantly and then eventually knocks you out. Pizzeria Simulator for Freddy's. The animatronics. Little Nightmares 1 and 2. I mean, just the creatures from those games. Pacify and Phasmophobia would be the two, like, the creatures from those games. Antimatter Dimensions, which is something I don't know why I still have, but it was something I played for out of boredom once. So that would mean antimatter, which would cause matter and antimatter to literally implode on themselves. With Birthdays the Beginning, the worst thing would be the sheer amount of like abilities to like because it's a terraforming and like you create life, like with global warming, global cooling. I would guess probably all of it going to the very top or very bottom of the world. So you would either be drowning or freezing. Oh my god, I forgot I even had this game with Clicker Heroes. Worst thing I can think of, the creatures. Oh no. You just tap on them and they take damage. Like, they're not really scary. For Drop Duchy, I can't really think of much other than just, oh no, huge amounts of troops. For balloons, it would be the balloons. For Gary's mod, honestly, I don't know. I would probably just have to say for Gary's mod, whatever the frick that the other things from other games can come up with. Leaf Blower Revolution, probably one of the bosses. Same thing with like Perfect Tower. Palatine would literally just be, oh no, forest fires and storms. Trove would be a boss. Among Us would be the imposter. Bloons TD Battles would just be more balloons. Like, Dungeon Defenders would be Betsy. FPS chess, meaning we'd have to deal with chess pieces attacking us. Like, some of these are actually funny. Move or die. Oh no, if you stop moving for too long, you're dead. Shell shock. Good luck when the Ray of God gets shot at you by a tank, I guess. Frickin' Rays of God. Let's look at some of the others that might be funny. Risk. Good luck, you're about to get nuked by a frickin' opponent. Stardew Valley probably would be like those damn serpents from the Skull Caverns. Google Feud, oh god. Town of Salem 1 and 2. I mean, take your pick of the Mafia, Coven, vampires, werewolves, Horsemen of the Apocalypse. I wish I was kidding you. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse are, in fact, a role in those games. I mean, you literally have pestilence, war, death. Ultimate Chicken Horse would just be the traps. Oh god, the worst one. Uno. You're stuck in a game for hours. Constantly drawing cards. VR chat, it'd be the toxic people. Celeste would be absolute hell with the amount of platforming. Cuphead would be the bosses. Hollow Knight would be anything from God Home. Neon Abyss would probably be the bosses. Ori games, it would be the bosses. The Portal games would probably be the many things. Potion craft, oh no, people are mad at you now. Beat around the bush. Surprise, a bush that whenever you touch it frickin' explodes. I wish I was shitting you. It also can walk. Cat goes fishing. I would say the terrifying fish that can attack you. If you, well, more like they only attack your run. Doodle God and Doodle Kingdom. Your whole life is literally putting elements together like a god. Dwarf Romantic, oh no, you play something wrong. Binding of Isaac, we've talked about. Bounty of One, surprise, you're now surrounded by more enemies. Same with Brotato. Dicey Dungeons, I would probably say the bosses. Just King, the bosses. I mean, literally one of them as a side. Luck Be a Landlord. It's time you've run out of money and now you have to pay your landlord your life. Muck, boss. Rogue Tower, bosses. Seraph Last Stand, bosses. Super Auto Pets. Now you're being attacked by a bunch of animals. Thronefall, you'll never guess it, but waves of enemies. And then, honestly, I think of all the other stuff, the only one that maybe is, like, worrying on it that would actually, like, have any new effect would maybe be, like, one of the murder mystery games I have. Like, good luck, you might be the next one to get murdered for a murder mystery. Oh no. Like, Lord knows. It still annoys me I can't put that in there. I mean, you also gotta think, there's a point where it's like, at what extent is it just instant death? You get me? Because some would say some of the worst things to come out of stuff would, like, for, like, Tmod Loader, I think the thing I can think of that's the, like, absolute worst would be Ek Death, which literally insta-kills you even in God mode. I mean, it just shows the stakes of some of these games. Just like, yes, the worst thing is some balloons that... Wait, is that a nuclear balloon? And then the next one is, like, oh no, some creatures in a cave. While the next one is, an army of the undead souls of your enemies. And then another one is, a thing that can easily be taken care of with water. Which then leads to, oh yeah, don't mind the absolute diseased by technology titans that are, like, 10 times the size of those skyscrapers over there. You'll be fine. Oh, that one flies? Don't worry, it should be fine. Just casually. Don't mind the dinosaurs it spawns. Yes, I know they're robotic dinosaurs. Don't worry, it should be fine. I mean, like, in all honesty, there's an extent where it's like, okay then, I think I have had enough. I might just explode at this point. Actually, that probably is the worst thing that could happen in one of those games. And we wouldn't fully realize it until, like, too late. And it'd be like, oh no, instantly explodes. Like, there has to be a few games where the worst thing that can happen to you is like, oh no, you've died. Geometry Dash. Instant thought. So you just instantly die. So you wouldn't have to deal with it. But basically everyone in that world is screwed. I mean, at what point too do things start fighting each other as well? Because with like the stuff in Ark, some of it is just hostile to everything. So at what point do they start attacking each other? Because like the rabies Left 4 Dead zombies attack anything. They don't care. They attack anything that moves. I mean, it's a real question though of like, huh, what extent will this get to? I mean, I could totally think of a like full story. You know, someone could totally make a novel of that. Just what happens if you nix everything like this? The answer is not gonna be pretty. Because thinking about it, we never even got to Pokemon with that one. I mean, think of all the deadly Pokemon out there. I mean, Yveltal, for all sakes and purposes, whenever it frickin' dies, it kills everything in, like, so big of a radius. So when it's dead, everything is most likely dead. Then you have an emissary of light that can consume all light, and then you have God itself. You're popping balloons and Ancient Dragon lasting. Honestly, the thought of that is hilarious. Just the thought of an ancient dragon with a pure red electricity made sword popping down is hilarious. Like, it would be deadly but also absurd. I mean, you would have ancient dragons fighting titans of, like, technological marvel. You'd have the most random stuff on top of that of, like, people getting absolutely, like, bollywopped by balloons. And then you'd have emissaries of God and light, things that control time and space. You'd have eldritch deities. And then you'd have, like, tiny slimes that every time they eat something, they duplicate. And all they need is a little squirt gun of water and they're dead. But then again, let's say this takes place on a barren, blank battlefield. How many creatures actually would have access to water in any form? Because we know it takes like a good chunk, because to kill a tar slime, it needs to be hit with water. And it can't be a small glob, it needs to be like a glob of water to like wash it away. So how much would they ravage the place before they could get taken care of? Because that is another thought. Because I know, Palkia at least could. It literally is a water dragon type. It gets hydro pump. Going through the monkey's mind, just seeing ancient. Honestly, I feel like at that point they'd just be questioning if that's their god made flesh. Or something. Like, honestly, anything is possible. It's one of those thoughts of like, at what point would it become so absurd it make some of the stuff look absolutely like a children's book for one section, and the next section is just brutality to the ultimate degree? Like, I just can't get it out of my head now. And it's funny to me how absolutely insane it is. Okay, so it goes around into one of these places. Oh? Okay, what do I have? I've actually never played on this map, fun fact, so this is completely new for me. What might I want? I'm looking through all my stuff, just like, Oh my god, I just noticed the monkey. There we go. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep doing this. But, like, I definitely think there is precedence for some absolute chaos to happen. I still can't remember what it's called. The thing that, like, realign portal. What? Does that ever, like, change? Okay, so I can change the portal direction. Ah. But cool. Definitely interesting. Anything else I want to use that I'm not going to use otherwise? Probably this. Um, double guns. I think it'd be really cool if, like, you got double guns with sentries. It would actually have a chance to spawn a sentry with 2 guns. Or, like, up its attack speed a little. I think that'd be cool. But that's more of a personal thing. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna farm up a freaking crazy amount here. I'm making sure we can farm up a lot. Because we need to get to 100. And the BAD will not get slowed by anything. So we're gonna have to, like, deal loads of damage, so we're gonna need snipers. Now, can snipers fit up here? No, they cannot. I wonder which one of these tracks is longer. Oh my god, I just noticed under the frickin' thing is another one of those pads. I wonder what happens if you hit all of the pads. If there's any, like, cool thing that happens. I've never really done this map, so I'm not really knowledgeable in it. I definitely think there's a lot of fun stuff, though. You know, that actually does remind me of something. I wonder, whatever happened to, like... Anybody remember those, like, YouTube channels that would, like, do mob versus mob in certain games? I wonder whatever happened to some of those. Because I remember when that became popular. I just wonder whatever happened to some of them. Like, I know what happened to some, but not all of them. But I'd like to know what happened to more of them. Because I know what happened to, like, popular MMOs, for example. That one is one hell of a story. But there's all sorts of stuff out there that just makes you go, I wonder. Do 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 do. Okay. We're gonna get marketplaces best we can here. It's the least I can try and do. Because it's going to make us money we need. Also, I could totally put this here on strong, and that actually would help a lot. So, for this final one, we're going to want Balloon Crush, obviously. But we're going to also want to be really careful about some of this stuff. So I'm probably going to end up around here doing, like, a huge setup. It's just going to take time. Because we're going to need a Cripple Moab. Just in general. It'll be good to have. Because that's going to deal a lot of damage. So, like, getting some of those top path snipers will deal a lot of damage to it. The Ninja will do amazingly with Master Bomber. What else? With Deconstruction, the Engineer will do a good chunk of damage at least. We're pretty good up till the Moab right now at least, so we can actually, like, focus a little on farming, which helps. You're gonna post what the Ancient Dragon looks like? Honestly, I've never seen it, so I'm not 100% sure. I might have seen it before, for all I know. Wherever you do end up sending it, just mention it. Because now I'm kind of curious. Like, there's all sorts of cool stuff, though. Also, I could have bought that already. Okay, so... I'm thinking. The biggest one is going to be good to have. I'm probably going to want to have it on the Bernie stuff ones. Just because it's going to do more damage. Going to be in screenshots and pics. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so we are almost to our final farm. Which is a good thing. And boom. We'll need to get them up to Central Market, but now we should do a little bit on Moab stuff. I forgot. Blast race, go normal attack. Oh yeah, they do get faster shots with them. Okay, so because I have so many of these, I'm just gonna do this. Boom. Bigger radius, jungle drums. Meaning what I can go for now is top half, faster reload. You know what? That is pretty cool looking, though. I mean, it would definitely be interesting to... Because it's hard to say what the monkey's reaction would be, because I'm not exactly the creator of this game, so I can't really say for sure. But I definitely think it wouldn't be positive. It would probably be more like, what the frick is this? But then again, dragons do exist in their universe. It looked the weirdest of all of them. I feel like there'd be a lot more curiosity, though. Because the monkeys are already pretty curious. We know that. So it's definitely one of those where it's like, Okay. Oh, boy. Do, 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 do. We should definitely be able to take care of the Moab now, for the most part. If I get that. Just cuz. Yeah, I think we can take care of the Moab. So I'm gonna try and get some central markets up. But I would say with that dragon, the monkeys would not react fully good, but I don't know if they'd react fully bad either. Just because we know they've done some crazier shit. I mean, they literally have tamed dinosaurs. So it's not like it's out of the cards for them. They've probably faced a lot of things that we don't know about still. So I wouldn't say it's out of the picture of a possibility of them finding some crazy way to tame that thing. I could see them finding some back-asswards way around it. Like, wow. I mean, the monkeys are crazy in the regards of what they can do. Oh, yeah, I forgot. I always forget, like, I always forget when doing challenges and stuff, when I'm not speeding up a lot. I always forget to speed up whenever I don't need to worry. Don't know why I do it. Because, yeah, things aren't even getting to the portal. Oh, boy. About to get our first central market, too. Woohoo! There we go. The fact that it was fortified is kind of worrying, though, because that would mean that this is alternate balloon rounds, which I don't remember seeing, but I might have missed it. Which does make me worried, because that means we're going to have to deal with fortified BAD. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna do this since I will be able to afford this. If I do this for both of these. Yeah, now I will be able to afford both of those. Sometimes you just need to think ahead. Other times you just need to hope to hell. Today is a mix of those. Relentless glue. Wait, it doesn't have the ability to see anything. May Moab. What if I go here? Monkey Town, Jungle Drums. That now has it. Perfect. Meaning now what I can do is... Can I not fit one there? Fine. I was going to go for Monkey Town, but now that I know that won't work, I'm going to do this. Because that's going to help my primaries. And I'm going to be using quite a few of them. As you can imagine. Okay. Big one. Okay. Then I can do this. Perfect. Because, yeah, that should help a lot. Why do you have a picture of monkeys? That'd probably do scene with... Wait, SpongeBob? We have technology. Honestly, I could totally see them doing that, and except with the part, it would be more of the beast handler coming out and just being like, want a bone? Something really dumb like that. I could totally see that, actually. Like, the monkeys are crazy with their technology. We know that. I'm gonna save up until we can get a Monkey Wall Street here. I think that'll be worth it. Because we need money. And that's going to be one of the better ways to get it. And I can always do this for more attack speed. Because, yeah, we're going to need to really keep moving with this one to really make money. You know, I could have probably... No, wait, ships weren't part of it. If ships were, I totally would have brought a ship so we could get some merchantmen. Would have been so nice. We can almost afford it. And boom. Monkey Wall Street. And now, most of them? There we go. All of them are now hit with that. We're going to be making bang. Sticky Bomb. I guess we'll want to get, like, I don't know, Balloon Crush early. We'll definitely want to get these. What's the sniper one? Z. Yeah, because I'm basically going to have them focus on stuff. So strong. First. Close. Last. And then strong. Final harmonic. I'm going to move its thing to, like, here. And I want this to be the biggest one. Just because it's going to do better. Because we're making a lot of money right now. Thanks to these farms. We're going to want Balloon Crush. But we also want Master Bomber. Master Bomber will take care of so many things for us. Also, just because we're gonna have some of the craziest things, because they're just gonna go all over the place. Meaning putting this like closer to here and this closer to here will actually do more. Where's my mouse? Oh, there it is. Master Bomber. Nice. Kind of curious. Some people like moss and some people don't. You wonder why. I mean, it's kind of similar to how some people like... I mean, people like or dislike things due to different experiences. I mean, I like moths personally. I think they're really cool looking, but I don't like when they, like, eat my stuff. Like, anything can be beautiful in its own regard. Some people don't like ants, and I don't like when they crawl on me and stuff, but I do like learning about them because they're really interesting creatures. So it's kind of one of those things of, it depends on who you are and, like, your experience. Otherwise, you're probably fine. I mean, a lot of people like things and dislike things. That's just kind of part of it. It's nothing abnormal to like or dislike things. Primary expertise. So now our primary towers are doing even better. As soon as we get Balloon Crush, this is gonna be crazy. I mean, we're doing amazing here with this. And I can still buff them. We'll get Super Glue next. Because Super Glue will also help. And then we'll get the biggest one. And we could always get XXL Trap. Well, the XXXL Trap. Making sure I said it 3 times. The big trap. And here comes the biggest one. I mean, at this point, it's just chaos. There we go. Like, you can just do a deconstruction double gun, and it's so good with these engineers. XXL Trap. I hope you have a good day too, 22. Okay, we are moving and grooving. And it's over. Jesus. And we got exactly enough that I can go into here. Bomb shooter, firework, projectiles. What were my bomb shooter things? Do I even have any for it? Oh yeah, bomb pumpkins. Which are different than the fireworks, which are for the missiles. Okay. Cool. Well, let's finish this one since we can. We'll just keep Quincy. Primary only. Because we're going to want to get all the stuff for the firework event as well. We'll just do this. Sorry. Sorry about my sneezing. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. Sorry. Yeah, sometimes you just gotta blow your nose. Triple shot. But, my brain just completely blanked on what I was gonna say. Oh, yeah. I know tomorrow I'm gonna do some Poker Rogue, because I've really enjoyed doing that for Free Game Friday, and I also want to continue that run, because I've done a little bit off stream, just in personal runs, and I have a bunch of eggs I need to hatch. So, yay. I also learned that fusions no longer count for both. 'Tis a shame. I had a really nice Annihilate and Mightyana fusion and Fione and Pheasantipity fusion that just walloped the competition. It was actually quite nice. Then I'll get another bullseye over here. I love Desperado. I think it's a really cool tower. I'm glad that they added it. I mean, we've been needing a cowboy monkey for so long. It's just nice to finally see one. Oh yeah, I'm gonna need to worry about leads, aren't I? Oops. Anyways. Quick draw, standoff. Then I'll get it on this guy as well. Quick draw. And standoff. You know what's one show I actually remember watching that was like really good? She-Ra. She-Ra Princesses of Power. The one that was on Netflix. It's really good. Really made the good difference to the original show. Because the original show did not have a lot of like difference between characters either. But the new one was just so much better. I remember that. I haven't watched that in so long. Definitely want to rewatch it again. There's a lot of shows I want to rewatch just because I like rewatching shows sometimes. In quotations, rewatch, more like listen to, since I've already watched it fully through, and I usually put stuff in the background, but I've thought about putting some shows in the background too. Because there's a lot of good shows out there. Some of which I haven't touched in a long time. Get another Deadeye over here. Big stretches. Always important. Also, I'm just so glad we can put these guys on frickin' water now. I'm just gonna leave him up there. He's just gonna enjoy himself. It also means every single tower type has something... Oh, as I frickin' knock something over. Frickin' moving around. Knock something over. I keep doing that. But, it means every single tower type now has something that can be placed in the water in a form. With the piranha, with the beast handler at least. But it means the water can be used by every tower type finally. And that's good. Plus, it opens up a lot of new strategies that we haven't had beforehand. I'm really excited to use those. Because now that the Ice Monkey can be started on, like started with on a lot more ice, like has use, because of the fact it now starts on, and can be started on water. You got things like Flooded Valley that are going to be able to have a few more strategies on it as well. Makes me quite excited. I've actually thought about going out of my way, if I have enough time one weekend, to just take care of like the maps that only have one way to beat it, like bloody puddles and stuff, for the chimps mode. Just because I'm like, I would have to watch a video either way, but I also know like some of them are literally impossible without certain things, some of which I don't even know yet. Like, I know a few. Like, they're the one with the sword on the map. The twin bridges. The sword is needed to complete the chimps mode because it's literally the only way. So it's kind of like, oh boy. And now we can do deflation. With deflation, it's like I can do all sorts of stuff on top of it. Put that there. You know what? Wing Monkey and what else may I want? I can't really think of much other than maybe this, but since I can't, gives me a reason to use the bounty hunter. And then I can just do this. Because, yeah, this should take care of a lot. I could just do circle, and it would work just as well, I think. But would Wooden Monkey work better? I don't know. Because it stays closer to that bottom instead of both. Mainly because I just don't want to keep pressing that. I know it will also activate its other ability, but I don't mind. Ah, yes. You know, I don't really see people use this a lot for this map, just because it closes and it's like, well, shit, that's useless. Oh, boy. This is definitely doing really well, though. Taking care of a lot of them annoying ones. Boom, 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 boom. Think. I love the boss themes and whatnot, but I wish they had all of them in this. Because they only have Onslaught. They don't have, like, the phase one. Because if you've never heard the difference between them, like, there is a significant difference that's not always heard by people. Like, there is a difference in, like, how it plays. I could probably, you know what? Do this, mute this. And if you give me a second, I'll continue that while I bring up YouTube here. Where phase theme for BTD 6 because there's like custom ones, but there's also like the actual one. Let me get to Ninja Kiwis. It like there is a lot. Um because I know there is. Is this the one? Because yeah, there's Primal one. There's Onslaught. Okay, so there's quite a few. Like you got Onslaught, which is for Lich. And then you got like Phase. Like there are differences between each. So Liches are closer to. Oh, that's loud. I forgot to turn down the volume. That's on me. I am sorry. But like Liches, which is a little more obvious to tell the difference between Lich, which is Onslaught, and then you have Primal one for the other one. And I'm going to play the other one with it. So we'll start them both from the beginning. So you got Liches. You hear the hammers in the background. There's hammers in the background of Liches. At that very beginning part, you can hear it, the metal. But at the beginning of Bloonarius, there's no hammers. It's actually a really cool piece of balloon thing. And then it goes do 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 for that. But this goes no down. Instead of just going in, it goes on a different thing instead of just ba 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 da ba ba verse the go into the just do 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 do. Like there is a very big difference in some of these, and then you have frickin' so many others. If I bring up the actual like channel real quick. Like there's a lot of stuff that fall into these. Why is it not loading? Why is it hate that channel? Oh, cool. Let me quickly just listen to this. It's the say, this is for Phase. It slows down. It's weird, but it's cool. But it makes sense for Phase. It's a reality warper. I mean, when you think about it, it completely changes the actual stuff. But it's like, why is it so good? There's no reason this stuff should be so dang good. Like, I don't know why it's giving me trouble loading freaking certain things. But like you got all these different things that have been made for balloons and stuff. Ironically enough, also for Topple Tactics. But like there's a huge difference as it goes on. Like there is a difference. And then you have Dread Balloon, which Dread Balloon has its own as well. Wait, that's the wrong one. There's concept themes and stuff. Like there's all sorts of different themes, but like there are huge differences in some of the boss themes. It's honestly really cool. Like it's small, but it's there. I also just realized we probably could tell if we frickin' did the boss thing, but I don't think it does the right thing. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna check this now, because now I'm curious. If I go here and turn off the jukebox for a bit, no, where is it? Boss challenge. And I were to just do this, does it actually play them? I just want it to appear so we can test. I'm not too worried about winning it. So we'll just play basic so we can hear this. Because I want to hear the difference. And then we'll go back to the black bordering. Because now I'm like really curious how much of a difference it makes in game. Because I know there are the differences. I've heard it before and I've listened to them. But I don't know why they aren't, you know, in the jukebox. Because there's small differences. Not big, but they're small enough that it's like, okay. Because I don't know if Vortex has its own theme or not, off the top of my head. So I might have chosen, like, the worst one. But... yeah. We're just gonna speed through this fast as we can. I can't really, like, ultra speed or anything. I wish I could. But it does make you wonder. Because there are a lot of, like, different themes in this game at this point. Like... because it's like, each of them does have, like, themes. Okay, so... a version of Primal 1 is used for 3 of them. And... because I'm looking... but Phase... it doesn't... it uses the soundtrack Reality Warper. So, Vortex and... okay, so that's interesting. Blast Populous also uses Onslaught. So, why do only 3 of them have it then? Because I looked. I'm looking at the actual wiki because I can do that. I forgot about that. So, Reality Warper is the only different one. And I can pull that up real quick to play. Um, just continue. Wait, what? Yeah, because it starts off with Onslaught. So, T Warper phase theme BTD 6. There, because, yeah. Because then I can mute this, and it's like, you listen to it more specifically. I'm bringing it back up so we can listen to it. Because we listen to it, it slows down. It's really weird. But I love it so much because of that. Because if you listen, because it brings music back from the old games. Like, you know how cool it would be if that could show up in this? I'd love that. Like, if they had their own themes for each boss, but it's the only boss theme that isn't part of the jukebox. I can understand because of the glitchiness of it. Like, some people might not want it, but they could just take it off the jukebox. So it's kind of like, I don't know why that wouldn't be added. Because it's a really cool theme. Because it's like a mix of several things, and it's interesting to me. Because that was something I always had like a little bit of a gripe with. I do hope one day that we do get a theme for like all of the bosses. But it's weirder because it's the only boss that has a theme that is not part of the jukebox. Like, it's very weird and random. Makes one think. Do I have any extra of like a bunch of military? I do have like extra planes. Just drop a bunch of bombs, because why not? I have so many, like, random things I never use. And then when I do end up using them, it's like, I've used so many. Plus, it's fun to just use these for some of the more, like, boring ones that we know we can beat easily. Because then it's just... Because, like, we know we can easily beat military only. If we beat chimps, we can beat military only. It's not hard. But it's one of those things of, honestly, I couldn't care less about if I use them or not. I just think it's good to use them, finally. Because they're actually getting use outside of, like, messing around with friends. Or maybe, like, a boss event, if I'm feeling crazy. Because otherwise, I just don't use them. Which is weird to some people, but not to me. I definitely think that there is a huge difference, though, in the different songs, and I want to see, like, more come from them. I just am still boggled. I am curious, though, like, what other songs we may or may not get. Because we know we're probably going to end up getting more songs for this game. Like, I think we all kind of know that. So it makes me really curious. Because there's a lot of games in the BTD franchise that they can pull from. But they always make, like, so many new tracks. It's actually kind of crazy. So credit where credit's due for some of this stuff, because it's like, dang. Razor rotors. And there's a reason I'm putting it here. Since so many balloons pass over there, it's going to get hit by the razor rotors either way. And since we have the wing monkey already kind of doing a bunch of stuff, we don't need, like, the pursuit as well. It'll just get more complicated and weird. Either way, though, this is looking really nice. Easily taking out all these balloons. It's oddly calming. There's a lot of stuff about the monkey world, though, that I do wonder. Like, I want to taste their food if I could ever get the chance, but I also want to, like, know more. It's, like, such an interesting world. But that's also just the world builder in me, like, super interested in other people's worlds. I mean, you have all sorts of stuff with mine where I literally have, like, full-on stuff planned. Let's think. How am I gonna do this? Because I'm just thinking about Apocalypse now. Well, Apocalypse. Because that one's going to be the one after this. And since it's going to be constant stream, Glaive Lords are useful. Honestly, what do I even have in here? Oh, I don't have a lot of... I might as well use stuff I have a lot of. But looking at it, I do have quite a few of these. Jesus. Like, I just have a bunch of random crap, honestly. But I feel like Ricochet would be pretty good. Another thing that might be good as well would be just anything that, like, ricochets between balloons, of course, but anything that deals AoE would be useful. I'm just trying to think what I would want to do, though, for my main strat. Just do that, because I forgot to do this as camo. So I'll just... boom. Now we won't have to worry about camo anymore. Easy. Yeah, some of these just become easy to an extent that's like, oh, cool. Anyways. The chimps ones, though, are definitely more fun. But once we get this completed, that's another one black bordered. Which we are close to anyway, so... Because, yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 left for this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3 for encrypted. Quite a bunch for some of these. 1 for this, actually, and it's chimps. Oh boy. Rake on chimps. Okay, let's think. How do we want to do rake? You know what? I'm actually going to go back to the beginning. We will start magic only, but let's think of how we want to do rake as well. Because then we can have some time to just think. Because if we're going to do rake, stuff has changed a lot. So I mean, right now, just taking out a bunch of stuff. It might be a crazy strategy to do. I'm just thinking out loud. It could be the craziest strategy I've come up with, or it could be the dumbest. I mean, I always have Gwendolyn as a possibility. Just don't know how much I would want that. Then there's the Alchemist. Then you have farms and whatnot. And not farms, villages. It's chimps mode. Me being dumb. I'm just thinking about it because it's like, well, shit. I think the best option might, unironically, for that be maybe using, like, crazy as it sounds, like Gwendolyn or one of the other heroes that doesn't get camo detection. Even Striker might work. Whichever one is cheaper. Both would work very well in that regard. So I just need to think. Lead to gold. I just have a lot going through my brain right now because I'm just debating. Just one of those days where you're just debating, how am I gonna do this crap? Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna work on getting a master bomber. Actually, no. Yeah, I'm just gonna do something else, actually. I have a better idea. It involves a wizard. And then some intense magic and monkey sense should be good. Boom. At least we're getting money from this guy. Gonna put another one down here. I know this isn't very efficient. I just didn't think of it till now. Let's just hope we can actually, like, make a difference with this. Because that would be nice. Lead to gold. Then we'll have to deal with getting rubber to gold and whatnot. We're close to rubber to gold at least. There's rubber to gold. We're gonna start hearing a lot of that. The da-dink, 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 da-dink. Gonna hear a lot of that. And then get shimmers. I only care about them for shimmer right now. Because, yeah, once I get shimmer, it will get rid of any camo. Which actually means for this guy, I can more specifically go and do this. And to make sure that they are all shimmered by here, I'm going to make a necromancer. Then we actually will have some, but that's only necessary. And then we can get arcane spike. Yeah, because this is working really well. We're making a bunch of money. I could always add more of these too. Do. And then we are almost to arcane spike. There we go. Perfect. Just gonna get more rubber to gold. Because that just makes more, like, overall, and most of it should be gold, if not all of it by now. Always gotta make sure. I do wish it would show you how much more money they've made, but it doesn't. Do 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 do. I just had a thought. I should have moved these back over to here. There we go. Now they will get any balloon that is missed as well. Which should help a lot. Perfect. Because, yeah, these will help quite a good chunk. Then we'll get Archmage. Because Archmage should easily take care of it. You know, it's satisfying how quickly we can tear down this stuff. I'm trying to think of what else might be useful. Only thing I can really think of is maybe a middle path druid set to strong. God, that is so satisfying watching all the leads turn to cash, cold hard cash. So satisfying. Meow. Oh. Eh. Because I could have easily just done something and I just didn't react fast enough. Meow. See? Easy as that. Strong. And let's just get middle path Jungle's Bounty as well, because then it will grab 2. I'll also get Hard Thorns just so it deals damage to all types. I should probably do first Jungle's Bounty. Takes care of a good chunk of stuff. It is satisfying how quickly, though, it takes care of it. I'll get Guided Magic and Arcane Blast on these two. Easy. Can't really think of many reasons I would want to do anything else other than maybe this. Just because it would give more. There we go. And I can always get it to Final Harmonic if I want. And then I can up its Pierce here. With Abyss Dweller, I will up its Pierce, because the Final Harmonic is to magic monkeys in general. And then this just gives Pierce in general to any monkeys. Not that I'm going to get to that point, but still. Abyssal Warrior. I think I have figured out a strategy. I think I have a strategy idea for the next bit. With Rake. It's not a good strategy, probably. But it's a strategy. A stratamogy. And done. Do 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 do. Anyways, at least we are almost done with this. Okay, so I've actually been thinking about what I'm gonna do about certain things with some of the games. I know with Cuphead, the plan is to finish the game, then do the DLC, look at all the achievements and stuff, see how possible they are. Try and get better at the game overall. But in terms of other stuff, my other idea is, I know with Raft, I do want to get other achievements. Um, but we'll just have to see how I'm feeling on some stuff with it as well. There we go. This wizard is tough. Because I know there's quite a few that I think could work really well. It just depends. More specifically. I know I want to finish Cult of the Lamb. That one is going to be pretty grindy, though. So it's kind of like, I don't know how long that'll take. But with both Minecraft things, we're close to the end of all the mods. It's literally just, now we have to build the SPS thing, and then feed plutonium into it, then make antimatter, then we can make the SAR. Because that's like one of the last things we need is antimatter. Because I have figured out how to set up auto crafting, for example, with the ME system. Because the ME system is annoying as hell because it's very specific about how it does certain things. Because each block, each side has only a certain amount of connections it can do with certain amount of cables. Which is annoying. Do. Okay, time for Rake Chimps. I'm just gonna keep Quincy for this. This is still like the best start I can think of. Do. Okay. This is where I'm at. I'm like, I don't know what else to do. I'm just gonna go with the flow. Da-dum. Come on. There we go. Now I can get Quincy here, which should make a big difference. And I didn't think too far about like how I'm going to use Quincy. I mean, the hero's not really going to be the biggest use here compared to like what else I'm going to do. Because I'm going to need to set some stuff up. I think you can kind of guess what I'm going to do with this. It won't have camo detection itself, so I'll have to kind of rely a bit on certain things. Boom. But I'll be able to get lead detection pretty easily and stuff, which is good. There we go. Okay. And then I want to get double shot ASAP as well. Because that's going to mix well with this. And then fiery. Get good old hot shot. And then I will want to get camo detection for it through a village. Doopa doopa doo, doopa 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 doo, doopa doopa doo. Do 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 do. I mean, even then, trying to think if there's anything else I could maybe do for camo, but not really. Unless I made this top path. Actually, that could work. And then do heat tipped for now. Okay. Then the only thing I can think of that I'll need is a village for the cheapness that will come from it. Bigger radius, and then monkey business. We're gonna get down to monkey business. Gonna be monkeying around. Okay, we have the Moab coming up. Monkey commerce. Now we need to get Destroyer ASAP. Okay, these... This is going to take some damage here. A lot of time and damage. Come on. And this is why I set that up. I can set target. Huh. That's new. But yeah, I'm gonna want to get a spike factory for stuff like this. Okay. Do 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 do. I need Destroyer. Or Jungle Drums. Both work. Actually, Jungle Drums would help all of them with their attack speed. Let's do that. And I could get this into a perma spike, which might be good to have here. Let's just take care of stuff as it comes. Do, 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 do. Okay. And Destroyer. Perfect. Because this will take care of the Moab. And that's kind of what I want. Or not. I was hoping it would, but I guess I was wrong. I just need to be able to take care of Moabs. If I set that to strong, I'm hoping that'll help. Okay. And boom. Set Quincy up. I was hoping that would have worked, but nope. Okay. The boat is still useful. I'll just need to think. I have another idea. But it's not a 100% for sure will work idea. It's just idea. Okay, we'll need a monkey village. And boom. Okay, and then once I get enough for bigger radius, perfect. Which is exactly what I wanted. Then I'm gonna get a sniper with monkey business and stuff.
Wake up.
What? Where did I didn't even see where that leaked. What if I just use 2 of these? Okay. I'd actually want to like separate them a bit more. There we go. Yeah, because they should be able to do pretty good. Yeah, because they're actually not bad. They're not perfect, but do they need to be? Get an attack speed boost. Another attack speed boost. Yeah, no, I can't. Maybe if I start with 1 and a like dart monkey, have this go for strong. Quick draw. Okay. Quick shots, long range. Okay. Nope. So I am just going to stick with what we used last time to get farther. Even if the Desperado is good in its own ways. You know what? I'll put one here for like cleanup. Because I do want to use the Desperado. I think it could work really well. Okay. Okay, let's think. Because the Desperado is pretty nice to have. Do 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 do. Standoff, Eagle Eye. Now we'll attack relatively fast. And I don't need to worry about camos now. Okay. Whoa. You know what? I'm gonna do another strategy that I thought about. I just have to hope that this strategy works, because if it doesn't, well, fuck. Because it is kind of my, like, last resort. And then I know I'm gonna need a few things. I'm gonna go for a perma spike strat that I've been thinking about for this. Is it gonna work? Who the frick knows? Gotta do this. Double guns. Perfect. Because I do want to, like, see if this will work. Because if this strategy works, it... Yeah. Because this is going to be a weird strategy, and I know it will be. Need barbed darts for the strategy. It's crazy, I know. But either way, we should get Gwendolyn whenever we get the money. I was between using Gwendolyn, Striker, and Quincy for this, but I'm going with Gwendolyn because then I don't need to worry too much about leads. I will say, once she gets to level 3, I'm definitely putting the thing here because it's just the best spot for her Molotov. In all reality. Do I want to do that? I'm debating. Do I want to do that? Okay, so here's my quarry I'm having. Do I go for the boat earlier than I was thinking? Or do I save money in the long run and get airburst and hope that that works? I'm going to try and save money in the long run with this one. It's my best chance. Doing that real quick. Yeah, because I know once I get smart spikes, I'm just going to set target to just boom. And I'm going to want to get bigger stacks, and I'm going to want to go top path with this because that's just going to deal more damage. And that's kind of what I'm going to try and do. I'm gonna get this. See how this is doing. Then I can add him. Because, yeah, I was gonna get the boat either way, but I was like, do I want to save money in the long run by doing this after? Got my fingers crossed. Because I'm gonna want to go for Destroyer, like, ASAP this time. I just think it's gonna be more worth it. The fact that this is my only camo detection is kind of worrying. But sometimes you don't really got much of a choice. And this one, I'm going for a perma spike strat. Once I get Destroyer, I'll get like hot shots and whatnot. Okay. So we're saving up, basically. Like, that's kind of where we're at. And I'm worried about speeding up too much because that can negatively affect us. Because that can also affect how towers shoot. Can make something possible or impossible, which is weird. But that's just how the game be. Destroyer. Hot shot. And then I'm gonna want to get some alchemists. One here for these guys. Which I'll probably end up just top path only. I'm not really too worried. But the reason I want this is because the extra damage range and attack speed. And if need be, I can always get the faster throwing on it. But I'm also going to want one for the spike factory. I think that's going to be useful. This is also to make sure this does enough damage to the Moab, because this will probably give it enough damage now. Do, 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 do. And with the spike factory, yep, just enough. Oh, gosh. I'm probably going to want to get long-lasting spikes after White Hot. We'll get White Hot, then we'll get Long Life, and then Deadly. Then we don't need to worry as much. Because, yeah, now they'll start surviving between rounds and stacking up more and more. And then Deadly will last a bit longer and be better. Perfect. Next up, what do I want to get? Because I'm gonna need something for the rounds while waiting for Perma-Spike. What's something that can last a long time for Perma-Spike? Because we're gonna need something to knock balloons back. And I just had an idea. My brain just did a good thought. The lack of camo detection is kind of worrying. But okay. Let's think about this. Knockback and camo detection. Same path. And it can take care of that pretty well. It's honestly my only idea right now. Because otherwise I would need to do stunning, but this gives actual knockback. And can take care of the other things I need. It's more expensive than I was hoping, but it might... Because I got this, so certain things would just be a little easier, but... Yeah. I was hoping I could move it a bit one way or the other, but nope. Super range, because I want that range. And then we'll get epic range and knockback. Which honestly isn't bad. Thinking about Robo Monkey. A few things I could do. I'm gonna do this real quick. If I do end up trying for Robo Monkey, I'm probably gonna, like, I either set it to first and last, or last first, or strong first strong. That's usually how I set it up. Just because those seem to be the best. And I don't know. Knockback. Ultra Vision, bigger radius jungle drums, just for the extra attack speed. I could, like, upgrade him, but it's not really worth it. I'd rather save money right now in-game. Ooh, do I save for Robo Monkey or do I buy Stronger Stim? Ooh, which would I want to go for first? I think I save for Robo Monkey. Because, yeah. Just gonna set that to strong. I feel like it's gonna be better to have one on strong because this is for cleanup, this is for a mix, and this will at least keep like some of the stuff that's gonna be more hefty back, and then I can get Stronger Stim. What else will I want? I could go for Stronger Stim on that. But I think what I'm going to want to do is save up for Perma Spike. Burn it! BFB! Burn it! Do. I am worried about 63. I think what I'm going to do is use the Molotov when 63 starts. Then I can have just that extra Pierce that I can get back. But yeah, we should go for the Perma Spike. And because we should be able to tank these a bit. Is the hope, at least. Yeah, because we can take the second one. And then for the final one, we'll just... Boom. Easy. I mean, I'm not sure if we will get to certain points. Because, yeah, we're going to start having to deal with Moabs as well for the spike. So I'm just thinking, because it's going to have to deal with Moabs eventually. That's just the inevitability of using a perma spike. So I think it might be worth just going for it first. Because there are a few things I can do for its Pierce and other stuff. I'm just trying to think of what I could maybe do. I mean, I can up its attack speed. I could make it cheaper. What else could I do? I'm just kind of thinking. You know what I also could do? I could add snipers, just for the extra bit, but I could also do Mermonkey top path for Pierce. Oh. I'm gonna want to add like some stuff to keep stuff back with the permaspike, just because the permaspike is very limited now compared to when it like first was introduced. I mean, uh, boy, there's a few ideas I have. I mean, I might as well just speed up since we're kind of waiting for permaspike itself. My inevitability is I'm going to make this an aircraft carrier. I think that's going to work really well. Okay. Let's think. Boop 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 boop. Just look at all these Moabs. We are so close. I'm basically buffing this thing up the most I can because I need permaspike first. Like, because once we get to the 80s, we're gonna have to deal with more Moabs. Like, that is the point of no return for this, and DDTs are gonna be a huge issue. So we're gonna want a way to like deal with those a bit better as well. I got some ideas. Come on. Just gonna do that because it's yep. And permaspike. Boom. Not a second too late. Woo! Monkey business, monkey commerce. Jungle drums. Okay. I'm gonna go for bottom path if possible. It's not gonna have camo detection, but I have some ideas for this. Also, I'm gonna get a stronger stem. Doodaloo. 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 Okay. And then I just can get this radar scanner, which should take care of that. And there those go. And then this will be for I think you can imagine why I'm doing it like that. I need relentless glue though. Because we are going to stun these the best we can. Primary training. If I remember correctly, this does help the downdraft. Yeah, I am like ultimate stalling here. Abyssal Warrior for even more. Okay. Yeah, we are like really hitting this. And then I could go for Ball Lightning just for the extra damage. But I do kind of want to get Super Glue. Free range. Juice ability cooldowns. Wouldn't be the worst thing for this guy either. Because, yeah, we are going to stun everything. And if I can go for an overclock as well. Also, yes, I do remember this. I'm more worried about getting a super glue first. Because that's going to be really good for the DDTs coming up. I honestly love how much damage we're actually dealing with this. Is like so low compared to like the rest of this at this point. But it's only going to catch up. Because this guy is helping a lot. Here comes hell itself. There we go. Boom. Because, yeah, this guy can't see DDTs, so I'm more worried about this guy. Because those are going to be, like, my biggest issue. DDTs and the BAD. And, like, being overrun by balloons. Those are going to be my top 3 biggest issues. The BFB. I really hope we get more sets of, like, balloons for different things so I can do more than just the sea creature type stuff for the balloons. I'd love to do one that's, like, old, like, full-on, like, party time type stuff. But there's just not enough for party time to be a good one. There we go. Super glue. Let's work on the aircraft carrier now, though. Boom. It's gonna take a chunk. Yeah, look at this. It's blowing back anything that isn't. Actually, I could fit multiple onto here with downdraft. Anything that isn't a Moab is just gonna get blown away. And slowed. Because of everything else. Boom. I'm actually glad this is doing as well as it is. Because it's hilarious. I can hear my dogs barking at something, and I can guarantee it's probably something dumb. Okay. Aircraft carrier, because I promised I would get one. Because that's going to do just a good chunk of damage in general. Because, yeah, those planes do have mini Moab missiles. 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 Mini itty bitty mini mono. Frick. Mini itty bitty Moab missiles. It's like a tongue twister. You know what else I could add on top of this? Moab shove. So now they're just gonna stun everything. It worked! And that is another thing checked off the list. Da-da-da-dum. Let's just do Apocalypse. I know I have Gwendolyn still. I just am gonna use her this time. Have fun, Gwendolyn. Okay, let's see what we have in terms of, like, bombs. I mean, this isn't really the best, but it's something. Oh, you can actually see the difference when it comes out. It's just so fast. And I like how it's like little, the fragments look like little, like, just firework fragments. So cute. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. I think you can imagine what I'm going to do with this guy. Honestly, we are doing great. There's just something about this game that's just so damn relaxing for me. I just enjoy it a lot. Bum, 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 bum. And led to gold. Ba-da-ba-da-bow. Ba-da-ba-da-bow. Bow, 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 ba-ba-da-bow. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-bum. What other random crap do I have I don't need? Beast handlers. Look how many beast handlers I have. Why do I have 5 of the freaking top tier? Got a bunch of dart monkeys. Ba-bum, ba-dum, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-dum. Bum 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 ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-da-dum. Bum ba-dum bum ba-dum 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 ba-da-da-da-da-da da-da-da-da-da da-da-da-da-da-da bum ba-da-ba-da-ba-bum bum 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 bum. I love this game. Wait, Jaloon is a great name. Like, Jaloon is actually a great name. I like that. It fits for this. It fits for this game really well. Do 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 do. My nose itches. Ah! Don't you hate when that happens? It's so annoying when it happens. Rubber to gold. Red hot rings, because that's going to do more damage. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. There, now they're not leaking anymore. There we go. This should help. You know, I wonder how many, like, soundtracks we haven't heard for this game at this point. I mean, there has to be, like, a good few. Because obviously there's the fan-made stuff, but, like, in terms of, like, official beta songs, it's just one of those things that I wonder sometimes. Okay, so we can easily take this down. We're doing great. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, ba-doop, ba-da-boop, ba-da-boop, boop, 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 ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-boop, boop, boop, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-boop, boop. Ba-da-ba-da-boop, boop, 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 ba-da-ba-da-boop, boop, 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 ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-boop, ba-da-boop, boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, ba-da-boop, boop, boop, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-boop, boop. And the only reason I still have camo on this is because some can always get past these guys. I know it's possible. It's unlikely, but it's possible. So, better safe than sorry. There's the Moab. There's another Moab, and another Moab, and another Moab. Because if I can get Glaive Lord, it's over. No more worries for anything. Do 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 do. There's a lot of random stuff in like some of the games I've played that I've like found out through just like playing on stream and stuff, but also through my own time for some of these games. And it's kind of crazy how many of the games have like these crazy secrets that you're like, wait, you're telling me I could have done this the whole time? There's a lot like that. And I will take that. Because there are a lot that are like that. We won't be able to do half cash. Or we'll do that next time. And just do like some of these VIPs challenge. Okay, max of 1, no lives lost, balloon speed and regrow rate are up, ability cooldown rate, removal costs, remove, ceramic up. We have infinite cash. And it is round 59? Okay, what is round 59? Oh my god, that's the camo leads. Do 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 boo do boo do boo boo boo. Oh wait, no, it's the ceramics. Okay, so I need here. And oh crap, those can't hit white balloons? Anyways. Oh yeah, they're the camo leads. Do 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 do. And done. I actually never realized that I couldn't hit white balloons for the mermonkey thing. And let's do standard. Medium challenge. 8 to 40. And I have to use 0 zeros of most towers. Okay. Just medium difficulty. And I can use, like, the dart monkeys. I mean, what else? I mean, yeah, there's a few I can use that are like, but most of them are just 0 zeros. Because, like, I'm okay with losing some lives at the start. What about Mermonkey? Nope. I can use Druids. That's basically an over for anything else. Plane. That is Dart. None. Okay. I got an idea of what strategy I'm going to use here. Farm doesn't matter. Druid does. Actually, I have a better strategy. People always underestimate the mortar. Plus, since we're on this map, and should break any moment. Hello, cave monkey. Bro's ready to get some balloon bashing in. We're gonna go for an artillery battery. Do 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 do. Honestly, I love Rogue Legends. I just haven't played it in so long because I've just been busy with other stuff. And then the time I do have for stuff, I usually spend on other stuff. Like, Minecraft is one I have spent most time on just because that is what I use to just relax. Like, I just like building in Minecraft and whatnot. It's just so relaxing. Something about it. But yeah, we should easily, like, rip through this one. Ah, yes. Yeah, once we get enough for an artillery battery, boom, the challenge is easily done. Simple as that. Boom, boom, boom. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum. You know, I've heard so many different versions of this that actually have different melodies to it. And, like, remixes that harmonize with the stuff going on. There's just so many good ones out there that are fan-made as well. And I'll just put a druid back here. It'll take care of anything that comes out of the Moab once I'm done with it. Simple as that. And druid of the jungle. And there we go. Almost to the Moab. I'll get Heart of Thunder because I'm feeling crazy. Interesting. Okay. Moab comes out any moment. And it will get shredded. Once it's shredded, boom. Oh yeah, Benjamin. I forgot about that. Well, either way, for those who are not already part of it, !dislab, where we have the Discord. We have all sorts of stuff there. You might make some new friends. You can look at people's pets. Who knows? I announce whenever I go live every Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. CST, as well if I'm sick, or if something has come up, or if something just in general happens and where I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna stream on a day I normally don't stream. It's happened before. It'll happen again. The days I don't normally stream, Tuesday, Saturday, Sunday at 8 a.m. though, !YouTube. If you missed a VOD or want to catch up on a series, that'll be on the VOD channel eventually, every Tuesday, Saturday, and Sunday. We have all sorts of stuff over there, from balloons to Minecraft to Okami and much, much more.